Hello. Sorry, my mic was a little more... I was a little slower unmuting my mic than I should have been. Hi everyone, good evening. My stomach is not being very nice to me right now. Hi everyone, hi Toad, hi Mika. How interesting that Mika is here. Have a shout out. Anyway, hi everyone, happy Sunday. I hope everyone has had a good weekend since the last time we talked. Lamau, shut up. Anyway. I hope y'all are doing well. Today has been pretty slow, but I've been like productive to a small amount. I've been doing some graphic design work in regards to working on stuff overlay-wise, and with the key art stuff that I was working on, which was basically like my new reference sheet. I'm like slowly formatting the studio canvas to like move stuff around and then kind of start getting it towards looking like a reference sheet again. And it's like, oh, I was like thinking about it the entire time, like, oh, if I make a new reference to sheet format, I'll have to like do it for all my other OCs. And I was like, why do I do this to myself? Anyway, you better actually sit down and try to at least clear ZTS3 challenge mode tonight if you're gonna have any chance of clearing the whole event for the medal, as you would love to do. Oh my god. Good luck with that, Toad. Thank you for lurking. Hope the game goes well. Thank you, thank you. So let's talk about the game for tonight. So we played 3 different game demos yesterday. We played Fishbowl, Moses and Plato, Last Train to Clawville, and then we played The Mermaid Mask. And so I have unearthed the forgotten memory that I really love point-and-click games and that I love mystery and puzzle games, being a fan of Ace Attorney and Professor Layton. And so, after we played Mermaid Mask, I did some searching. After each game, I did some searching just to kind of figure some stuff out about the developers and stuff, and it turns out the people who made Mermaid Mask is technically in a series involving Detective Grimoire. So there's the Detective Grimoire game, originally released, I'm assuming it was originally released on Flash, because it was released in like, oh, a while back, when I was young. And then we have Tangle Tower, which was released, I believe, in 2019, if my memory serves me correctly. So, we're gonna play Tangle Tower tonight, because I need puzzle, I need mystery, I need point and click. I was so excited when I was playing through Mermaid Mask because I loved all the hand-painted textures and the voice acting. Yeah. And the developers also made Crow Country, which I am going to eventually play. So it's wild. It's so cool. And they also apparently made, I forgot what it was called, Snipper Clips, which is on the Switch. That's okay, you know, like wow. But yeah, we're going to be checking out Tangle Tower and playing it through because I need to play it. So that's the plan for tonight, and I'm going to have a lot of stuff to ramble about while we play the game also. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and hop over. Please enjoy the lack of silence because I have not loaded up the game yet. Enjoy the screen of darkness. Reflect on yourself while I open the game. Come here, Tangle Tower. Come to us. Smokey and Bonnie have been waiting. Okay, it's opening. It's going to be in full screen. I'm going to cry because... Hello? Give us a moment. Settings. 720, 720, 720. Here you are. Perfect. Ooh, we have choices in languages. Okay, first let me show y'all the title screen. Let's look at the title screen together. And we do game capture and then audio. Also, hi Night Lover, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the hydrate. It's nice to see you again. Let me go ahead and drink water. More. Oh, look at this. This logo has a lot more going on. I could see the word mark when I bought the game yesterday on Steam, but ooh, and look at these. Man, Let me also turn down the volume a smidge. Just so it doesn't overpower me while I'm talking. Maybe a bit more. See how this much is? That's better. Okay. Okay, first of all. Ooh, purple, 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 pink. And then I say like, let's keep it in UK, shall we? Let's just keep it in UK because it's English. So I should be French? Just kidding. Let's keep it in English for now. Yeah, the UI is really consistent between this and Mermaid Mask for sure. Art gallery. Let's not look at that yet. I think we should just jump straight into it. Let's go. Ooh, interesting. Whoa. That is a tower, alright. It's so colorful, so pastel, purples and pinks. I love this color scheme. The beginning. Just like before. Oh, starts like this. Tangle Tower. Mid-afternoon. Lake's Edge. Okay. Oh, it's telling me to click on Sally.
You ready, Sally?
Brimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Oh my god. Also, that's pretty good that in this dialogue it immediately introduces who the main characters are just through those first 2 lines.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
Okay, so we get the map movement mechanic already.
Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Alrighty. Okay, case file, murder victim Freya Fellow 19. Died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, age 58. Location Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back, with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint, it was discovered to be blood. Whoa, okay. Tangle Tower painting, a small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base, surrounded by a circular lake where the water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs, too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, so we don't have much else. Oh, this is so cute. Look at this character design. Long neck. I'm going to try my best to hang in there because my stomach is not being nice. But I also feel like I should take a quick break now, even though we just started stream, because otherwise it'll happen later during the stream and that'll be kind of annoying. So I think for my sanity, I think we'll have to immediately go on a quick BRB just because I do want to make sure that we don't get interrupted too far down the line, except for like you know, the usual long break while gaming. So I'm sorry to make us have a break already so soon, but I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Just give me a moment, y'all. hello. Hi everyone. That was about 10 minutes. Thank you all for hanging in there. While I had to go take that impromptu restroom break. Yeah. Anyway, I have a bunch of thoughts that are like spiraling in my head, both about me just gushing over the game, and then also just me working on my own personal world building story stuff. But for now, let's focus on the game. I'm assuming all of these backgrounds will be available in like the art gallery, because I want to really check out that first shot we got of Tangle Tower, and then look at this one. Look at that atmosphere perspective, but the atmosphere perspective, like faint green and then faint pink. It's so colorful. It's so vivid and colorful. I love this. Also, thank you for the quiet hello, Night Lover. Hello. So gorgeous. Burge. I'm really interested to see how this plot goes. So let's go ahead and open up the stuff. See. Because I'm intrigued about there being two families that are living in Tangle Tower. Is it like one tower is for the fellow family and the other tower is for the Pointer family? Or is there something else? Why are there towers in the first place? You know, there's a lot they really want to know. And obviously we'll find out as we play. But I have questions, and we have those questions to think about as we go through this. Man, look at the strokes of like paint and stuff. That's so cute. Interesting. What else? I'm trying to remember what else. It's I wanted to say, I'm really excited. I'm really happy that I'm going to be playing this game first, also, because then that means I'll be a lot more familiar with things like maybe because they could switch it up for Mermaid Mask, but it'll help me get familiar with throughout the entire game, the mechanics, the introduction of the plot, how the story develops, and the characters that are introduced, that sort of thing. So I think that'll be really helpful. Ooh, okay, interesting. But that's definitely something that I'm going to have to keep an eye out as we continue to play this game. Boards.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Oh, Sally.
So, who do you think did it?
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
I'm going to immediately up the voice. I think that should be good.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake.
There you go. That's a lot better.
It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Actually, we could do a little more. Okay, I hope nothing bad happens to our boat then. 'Cause that'd be fucking bad if something did. Well, this music is really good.
It's a path. We're walking.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Interesting.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Oh, is that what that was referring to in the Tangle Tower file? Well, okay, for some reason I thought it was enclosing this area, but it's not. So we have Tangle Tower in the center of a lake, and then around the lake, the border of it are sheer pale cliffs. How did we get up the cliffs in the first place?
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah, water with poison in it.
Oh my god, Grimoire. What if it's like
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
from like the paint or something? Since our murder victim is a painter, an artist.
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes.
Okay.
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
I love how there's like
Why is the sky
descriptions for almost everything.
Not everything is a mystery, Grimoire. The sky can be whatever color it likes.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, the moving mechanics are also wow. With the little chibis and everything too. The gardens. Okay. Ooh. Again, the colors are so good.
yellow? What animal is that?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
Thanks, Sally.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
Hawk, bear, lizard. Of course. What is this?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No,
No. I think it's working.
it's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Oh, look closer. Oh.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Ooh. A puzzle that we can't solve yet.
Let's come back later.
Interesting. That's an interesting thing to give
Must do
us.
something.
A puzzle that we can't legitimately can't solve yet, but to throw that at us at the beginning. Oh.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
An old weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments.
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Is it all circulating then? Are they just
Not a single
getting
one.
the water from the lake?
Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
Cassette tape? Ooh, that's grody. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible. I love it. They're mushrooms.
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume. This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
Maybe.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange? It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
Is that what they call it?
It's a one-man bandstand.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I don't think I've ever heard the term bandstand ever used for that sort of like little structure in like art and stuff.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
A cracked egg.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
We've got a lot of ambiance.
That must be Tangle Tower.
Time to move. Is this the entrance? It looks like the entrance. To the mansion, at least. There's an O missing on the sign.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twir.
Stop, both of you. Oh my god.
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
PPFF.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
I hope he doesn't move.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Interesting melody for a doorbell. Very cute. Whoa.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
Let's look at the... Yeah, you can kind of see like a tree, like trees growing on it. It looks like these trees are kind of embedded and are part of the house.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds? That leads back to the gardens.
What about this?
A path leading towards the stone square.
Stone square?
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
That's kind of awkward.
I'm pretty sure that's the rule.
No.
Yeah. Let's head to the crime scene first. It's
Oh.
at the top of the west tower, I think.
And I'm assuming this is west and east unless it's oriented differently. Oh, cool. Or reminder. I appreciate that. Reminders of like where you should go and stuff. Oh, okay, so it looks like it is like separated.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Let's get a closer look. Whoa. Okay, it looks like there's a lot of PPs and FFs.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Lady Fellow.
Do these people not have first names?
Selena Stonetop.
No family line.
Stonetop? Like, Stonetop in like fucking mermaid mask?
Apparently,
Oh my god.
she just appeared out of nowhere.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here? Freya Fellow.
Freya's our murder victim,
Murder
right?
victim.
Yeah.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
Grimoire,
It's
stop.
Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
I had it would make sense. Freya fellow not being full fellow, I guess. If that's how we're gonna view it. Wait, there's also Remingtons in this.
Flint Fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one. Married a randomer, though.
Do you think he still lives here?
Emily Everstone. Do you think she still lives here? Fitz Fellow. Half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here?
I love how they keep asking that. Also, I'm noticing now that for all the people who are like of mixed families, their iconography or like their emblem is like a mix. So we have the fellow, which is the banner, and then these ones are like shields. Shield banner. This green one, green banner. Green with the pink, and pink with the shield. Did we already check Felix?
Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
I love how they keep asking this.
Lord Remington.
He sounds important. Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom. Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
Richard Remington.
The one and only. Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here? Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Gods.
Lord Pointer.
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become a lady? I want to be a lady. Percival Pointer. He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here? Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Do you think she still lives here?
Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Do you think he still lives here?
Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here?
I wonder if there's a reason why they keep asking, do you think they still live here? For every single one of these. It might be something to consider later. Okay, so Freya Fellow. Freya Fellow died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow.
What is
I think it's a family.
See, so Freya Fellow. Flora Fellow. Flora Fellow? Who's Flora Fellow? Would that be Flora Remington from the Remington family if she got her last name changed? It'd be nice to have this family tree later.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive.
Stop. I'm gonna cry.
It's a big glass tube filled with water.
The dialogue in this game is so good and witty.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
Like seaweed?
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
What about the seaweed?
Stairs.
Hmm.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Is soil a clue? Hi, Fan.
Big letter F.
Hello, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well, Fan.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
Oh boy.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
LOL. Hi, Citrona. You just got a notice you can't hear, but hello. Hi. Hi, Citrona, who cannot hear. There we go.
Stairs. Stairs.
I guess we can go this way. You're sick now? No, I'm sorry to hear that, fan. No. I hope you get better quickly. Make sure you recover up well, okay, buddy? Oh, we're heading straight up there. Okay. I wonder if the Pointer family is somehow involved in this. Whoa. Is that Flora? Flora's tower. Yeah, please make sure to drink lots of water, vitamin C, rest well.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
So she got hit or stabbed in the chest while she was still like painting?
Let's check the case file again.
No weapon was found at the scene. A single stab wound on her chest.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
That seems to match
She
up.
was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Left-handed? The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. Paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint. But as far as we know, red paint wasn't used in the painting because apparently the knife that's painted onto the painting, that is actually blood and not red paint.
Let's take a look at that painting first. Let's take a look at that painting.
Okay.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Cool, we got the painting. I will do stretchies also. You have made it so that almost every message that pops up in the chat box will be uwu-fied. Fun. Congrats. It lasts for about 5 minutes, I believe. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Hi, Sphinx. Meow. Hi, how are you doing? Happy weekend, even though the weekend's about to end. I hope your May has been good. Hope y'all are doing well. We're currently playing Tangle Tower. We just got to the murder scene for the mystery case in this game. I'm playing it because I played a bunch of game demos yesterday, and one of them was Mermaid Mask. And so I guess Tangle Tower would be considered like the prequel to Mermaid Mask. And since I really think I need point and click mystery puzzle games, here we are.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
Sally,
Something wrong with
please.
the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
The lack of a murder weapon. There's something strange about how Freya was killed. We just started too. What if the paintbrush is like a weapon? What if Freya stabbed herself to use that as the finishing touch? I don't think she'd do that. It's also a bit overkill to use blood in order to get blood to use this paint. A paintbrush is completely covered in blood because it stabbed Freya? Wait. because Freya was gonna eat it.
The paintbrush is completely covered in blood because it stabbed Freya. Nope.
No? Was the painting somehow involved in the attack on Freya? Hmm. Laura Fella is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Right, like in the portrait?
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right.
There's blood on the knife in the painting. Could that possibly mean... Ah, look at that, okay. Holding a knife tipped with blood. Because Freya put it there. Or Flora's portrait is holding the knife. Because Freya put it there.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It was removed from the scene?
Flora's
Because we don't know where the
portrait
knife is,
holding a
right?
Tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Almost. Maybe just.
Because it stabbed Freya, I guess?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Okay, I'm glad Sally understands my confusion with
Freya was
this.
standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here?
Ugh.
Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Thank you, Sally. Good way to introduce that mechanic. In a way that's as confusing as possible. Tangle Tower, an unfinished painting. Should we talk to Flora now? Whoa, creaking.
Flora Fellow?
Oh, whoa, hair.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure.
Quiet.
She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
True.
For now.
Whoa.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
This is
I think
so...
that's the way she likes it.
This is an interesting starting conversation
You'll
with the
just have
character.
to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Yesterday, okay.
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. but at least we can say we tried.
That's fair. Statement?
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
Oh my god, not the freaking hair waving in the wind.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
I mean, it could have been a distant kill, and obviously she wouldn't have known what had happened, you know? Is this going to be... Well, let's check out the other things first.
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
Can we use the... But the cassette tape's kind of ruined, isn't it?
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. Oh, that's so interesting. Pointed towards the middle of the room.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
To Freya, it's pink and it also has a crack down the middle.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
Oh, I can use both of these. Oh, piano music? Okay, chord change.
It's piano music.
That sounds so silly to do it that way, but it's also... It sounds so nice to be able to hear the way it slows down. Like, it actually hear it accelerate instead of just abruptly changing pitch and speed. Whoa. At the end, was that paper crumpling? Huh. Let's see if this one has anything. If it's still functional. That sounds like garden sounds. There's a weird droning sound in the background.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Oh. This sounds really eerie. Is it really in the garden? Like, you can hear like the birds tweeting and stuff, but it sounds really weird. Interesting. Okay. What about this?
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
We sure love our eggs with the... Oh, it's a
I think
puzzle.
it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
There's a clue on the back?
It's some kind of clue about where to put the gemstones.
Also, I think the puzzle music is the same as in Mermaid Mask, probably, but just Mermaid Mask obviously has it sound different for the theming of the game. Also, thank you for Hydrate. I guess it just has to be the same as these positionings, maybe? We'll see. Actually, maybe that's not correct. These are arranged in like a perfect circle, but these aren't. Does it matter what position they are, or does it matter just that the gems are connected to the right gem that they should be? But there are also thick and thin lines on this too. No, I see. The lines that are on, some of the lines match up. So it's more that the pathings of the lines are all rotated weirdly. So this one, for example, would be the purple and yellow. That one would be red and green. This bigger one has to be blue and purple. That one has to be red and purple, okay. I think, I'm not sure if the positioning matters too. It might. And then for that one, these need to be switched. And then this one needs to also be purple. Wait, which purple? Wait. It's the hexagon with hexagon, sorry. Red, was blue, okay. Is that correct? Let's see.
No, that was it.
Here we go.
Nice work. Did it unlock?
That was an interesting puzzle. I love it.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Good amount of thinking to be done.
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Yeah. Soft velvet-like material inside. Supported by a stand made of brass. 3 strange feet with pointed claws, okay. Okay.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is.
Why is it on the floor?
Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
Yeah, just maybe. There's an eye on the
We're at
top.
the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
What do you mean?
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
Sure. I guess that's a way to
It's
describe
so
it.
dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
I guess it's just time for us to search around. I guess let's go down one by one. Pufferfish!
Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Conch.
That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
Also, the yellows and greens. The colors are so nice, and you can really see these brush textures here too. Oh,
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
damn.
Oh.
What you to look
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
at? Okay, let's take a closer look.
What's
Oh.
the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We
Looks
should
like
check
a-
that treasure map too.
A serpent and an island and a tree. I wonder. Looks like we might have to input a code. Okay. I see. We have to match this location to this. So looks. Would it be I4? I4 north. Because we're looking towards north, right?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that paint?
Okay, that means. So maybe the palm tree is a lot farther than I think it should be. Oh, there are also birds. Birds are also marked on this. What the fuck is that? Okay, But whatever it is, there has to be birds and a palm tree down the line from an island, right? Oh, could be this one. H6 facing to the west.
That's done it.
Got it.
Neat.
Let's see what's in it.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Oh, hello there. Model with a child with green hair, a woman with gray hair, red and white bird, and a broad-shouldered man. This one looks like Freya and Flora. And then, is this the guy that's currently in the room? Haha, you don't know what happened, but your keyboard got stuck and you couldn't type. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you're able to type now. I hope you're doing well, Night Lover. Welcome back to keyboard land. I wonder what the bird is.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk.
Good job, Sally.
Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
You can just tell. Oh, yeah, maybe. Sure. How many different paints? Oh my god, there's so many things in our items.
It's Earth.
Oh, it's Earth?
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
Very cute. So much stuff in this room.
barometer, but it's broken.
A barometer?
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Sally.
Oh.
Oh. Grimoire's reaction.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
It's cute. It's very cozy. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm very in the zone right now because I'm now looking for clues and stuff in this game and trying to figure stuff out. Because I just kind of got to be in the zone for this. Shelf dunk. Shlebing bong. I forgot that's a term I came up with a long while back. That is shlebing bong. Hello there.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I
Oh.
rather like it.
Okay.
Felix Fellow at your beck
Hello,
and
Felix
call.
fellow.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name. as
Oh
well.
my god, Felix.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah?
Why?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know.
The whole room and Felix's vibe totally fitting. That's going to be so interesting that I guess the backgrounds and like the rooms that they live in. It's kind of like how I talked about during the fishbowl demo, how like the rooms that people video call from are kind of also like explanatory of like their characters, even if you don't know them very well. And so in this, we can really like get a sense of that too. Like we see treasure maps, we see like this room seems to be like the hull of a ship, we see a pufferfish lamp, we see various knickknacks, treasures, shlebing bong, treasure hunting. The way he's talking right now to us is like, pirate treasure hunting sort of vibes.
That sort of thing.
Okay, tell us about yourself.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter.
Mhm.
Well, best
Sure.
in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that.
You sure?
I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You
Oh.
listen here. I may be between adventures right now.
Grimoire! Damn, it's like immediately asking, when did you retire? Like not even like immediately assuming like he's not even in his profession anymore.
But it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties. And with
sure.
Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Aww.
Uh-huh.
So tell us about yesterday,
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
because we're detectives.
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help.
Really?
But I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower.
It
You
is
didn't hear
indeed.
anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
Okay.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air.
I guess it's like statement,
Malevolent,
alibi sort of thing.
perhaps uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right.
Thanks, Sally.
Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below.
Poppy.
Didn't know what
I don't
to
think
make,
we've met
to be
Poppy.
honest.
Well, we haven't
I
really
thought
met
perhaps
anyone.
She'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window.
Oh, there's a garden.
Back
There's a
in the
garden
hallway,
between the
I
towers.
bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting that we also get like descriptions of where they like went and stuff. Interesting. There's a lot of people we don't know about yet.
Locked.
There's so many characters that we just got introduced to in this alibi that we need to meet and find. Freya's room.
It's Freya's bed.
Hmm.
Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Looks like a dream catcher.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Kind of stuffy.
Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger.
Red lamp.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my
Kind of
bedroom,
ominous.
but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something. That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on.
Oh my god.
There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a
This one?
photograph.
Oh. Piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. I wonder.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
There's a lot of post-its and stuff
Drawings
taped up.
on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Oh. Oh, that must be Poppy. We don't know much else about these other characters yet.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's so cute.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
Oh,
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
what's this?
It's Freya's bed. Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Ooh.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Teddy bear.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Do you think this was always
I don't know.
no windows either? Do you think
I don't
no
know.
windows either? There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
Okay. Let's go down to this one. Oh, it's this door that's from the lobby. The library.
Books about ancient history, I think?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks. Books about geography.
Skip.
Oh,
Books about insects.
Well,
Insects.
theoretically. There's not
theoretically.
a single book on that shelf.
Oh,
Huh.
wonder why.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched.
They need some space. Sorry.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Oh, Tangle Tower, the lake, and
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
it's kind of like an egg.
That would make an amazing souvenir.
You know, the bird bath is shaped the same way, and they got a lot of like egg motifs around the area too.
Hey, what are you thinking?
That would make an amazing... What's in
Oh, I
those
got an
bottles?
achievement for finding the Tangle Tower snow globe.
I'm not sure. Soil samples? It's an illustrated book about birds.
Birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Are you sure, Sally?
Ever so slightly unnerving.
Bird. The inkdip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the inkdip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica pictured. Huh. Interesting thing to tell
Books
us.
about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty.
Oh my
kind of
god,
person.
shut up,
You know
Grimoire.
this already.
Books about nature? A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Whoa.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I know this isn't relevant for
Any
later.
idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
I noticed there's a book on the ground.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
Ooh,
I guess somebody dropped it.
there's one bug book. Hello there.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks
Hmm.
for letting me know.
Interesting.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My
No,
apologies.
Sally.
Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow. Microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Okay, Fifi Fellow.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given form.
How come you
Oops.
prefer Fifi?
Sorry.
How come you prefer grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Oh, so I can ask them about specific stuff. Oh, I did not realize.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
I didn't realize.
You will need to be more specific. One's self cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any
Interesting.
one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Tell us about
What
yesterday.
can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed
Oh
to
my
ask.
gosh. Hi,
You.
Mei Mei. Thank you for getting your stampy. Welcome on in. It's nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh, I see.
So what did you do instead?
So was this the
I
Fifi
locked myself
mentioned
in my
in
room and
Felix's
cried.
alibi?
Oh, I'm sorry
Oh.
to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Oh, Grimoire. You're fine, you just ended lesson. I hope I'm having a great stream. I am. I am trying to wrap my head around the fact that there are many characters and that a lot of their names are starting with similar letters. But the game's going well so far. We're just trying to meet all the characters first before we start trying to make some connections and stuff.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead.
Oh.
I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Oh.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Interesting. Okay.
Books about
The shell,
house.
you know.
Oops.
already.
Sorry. Okay, let's move. I need to look at this tree again.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family.
Okay, so there's Felix and Flora. Fifi.
Fiona, we met her. She's one of the suspects. Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all. Felix Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects. Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Okay, interesting that we get descriptions that way. Huh. Huh.
Finally,
It's not that
don't ruin this.
Hmm. Okay. Let's check Fifi's bedroom.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
There's like 6 cans of it too. This scene.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's concerning.
That's even worse.
Quite so. Oh, there's 7. There's another one in the background right there. Do I know some Spanish? I know a little bit. I've taken some classes before, but my Spanish is very rusty. I am a linguistics fanatic, so I do generally like linguistics and learning languages, but I haven't really gotten around to learning much at all, because I've been focusing on my main hobbies and stuff. But I know smidges of Spanish, very tiny amounts of French, and then moderate amounts of Japanese and smidges of Korean.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Let's check it out, Sally. Whoa.
Who is that?
No idea. Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless. That's gotta be Flora.
Felix.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
And these other people we don't recognize yet.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
I wonder why.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Oh my god, not the change in voice.
Save it for the judge.
Voice acting is so cute in
Looks
this
like a
game.
microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
I wonder if that's the first one Fifi constructed. Oh, whoa.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Oh, okay. I can. There's plus and minus signs on it. Okay. Do we need to make it the same size?
That's the one.
There we go.
Hey, not bad. Sounds like it unlocked.
They're not same size, they're just general key shape.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Such an interesting way to make a key. Woo! Oh, it's a secret diary. I guess we could bring that to
Crystal
Fifi.
chandeliers. Extra fancy.
In a science lab room,
I don't know.
bedroom, sort
They
of thing.
just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Well, before we continue to the other tower, let's talk more with Felix. The music change.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little
They're very
bit.
cute.
It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Aww.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it.
I see.
As you can see.
Do you paint them yourself, too?
I do indeed. Yes, Freya kindly taught me the basics.
Aw, that's so cute.
Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Sure.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a
Ugh,
great
Grimoire.
many, but my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all
Of
that.
course. Sure, whatever you say. Hard to say what I should be asking about. Oh, I guess we could ask about Fifi.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
Oh,
She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
under
I
pressure?
happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Aw, that's so cute.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall.
We've seen it.
You should take a look at
It's very
it.
confusing.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old.
Oh,
She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
oh my. Tell us about Flora.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
Oh,
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't
Grimoire.
gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
Mhm.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes,
Hmm.
other people.
Uh-huh. Interesting wording. Good night, everyone. Restful, have sweet dreams. Have a good night, night lover. Thank you for chilling with us. I give you forehead kisses as you head to bed. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
You're the one currently basking in his presence.
Thanks, Felix.
You tell me.
Move on.
Diak. Okay. I don't know if I have anything else specific to ask, though. Let's see if we can say anything to Flora, maybe?
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related?
Hmm.
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Acquiring an accordion has changed your life for the better and changed everyone. You got an accordion? Oh my god.
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
Hmm.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
What if it isn't a knife? I wonder if she knows anything. Well, not like she's gonna
Flora,
say anything.
This is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
That's probably the
Is
worst,
there supposed to be something in there?
the worst
or
point
is it
instrument for
always
you to have
empty?
access to. Yeah. At least you didn't get it by the time we met up. That would have been annoying. Hmm. I guess we could go show Fifi her secret diary. Not like we really should be doing that.
Is she laughing?
Hmm. Interesting.
This belongs to Poppy. In
Oh.
fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What
Oh.
happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right.
Thanks, Fifi.
But why?
I do not know why.
You'll serenade us with Laundered Bridge and Fire. No, no, it's okay. You don't need to. No, no. It's really not necessary. Hello there. I'm Dangel Dabadi Dabadai. Welcome on in. Oh my god, those emotes are so rainbow. Actually, thank you for sending those emotes. I forgot to say happy Agender Pride Day. I forgot. I know about it since like last week. I mean, I've had it on my calendar, but I kind of was like, I don't know if I'll have time to like draw anything for this year around. But I hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday or Monday, depending on your time zone. I hope you're doing well.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Mm-hmm. Of? Hmm.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Yeah, Grimoire.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
We should be. Hope I am as well. I'm doing good. We've just started Tangle Tower, so I'm still trying to like get through and like try to meet everyone. There's... I'm getting confused, realizing that there's a lot that I can like do in regards to like talking and doing things and getting information from them, and also there's so much I can talk about
Name,
or get
Laura
information
Fellow.
on.
Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes,
Hmm.
unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So
Huh.
what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
Huh. Interesting.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes,
Schlepping bongs.
the inescapable realities of human existence.
Oh my god.
Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
Oh.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Hmm.
Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
Hmm. Interesting. Oh my god, look at that bee. The Be Pride emotes are so cute.
Name: Freya Fellow. Age: 19. Profession: artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did
Aw.
you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year,
Thank you for the
Freya
follow
became,
also. Welcome on
1,
in. I hope you're
increasingly
enjoying your time
independent,
here.
and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know
Oh.
why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Oh.
Sounds like quite a team.
So that's why Poppy has a bunch of cassette tapes apparently. I see. Okay. Huh.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
Huh.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. That belongs to my mother.
You know what it
I
is?
think she must be fond of eggs.
The
There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Okay, sure. Let's move here, I guess. What is this? The stone square? Oh, there's one here. There's so much to look at first.
Giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
Does it have to look
It's
like that?
Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
What does it
Is
say?
there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point.
There
but
was?
someone scratched it off.
Oh.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens. Looks like it might be about to fall apart. Grimoire, you go first.
Sally.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
Oh. Puzzle.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
There are numbers. Oh. Perhaps we need to make it say, for example, 12 here at the top as it should be. There should be 9, there should be 6. And this needs to be 3. And this one's just basically just trying to make sure I get the motions right, to make sure it all matches up as it should. And then, there we go.
That's the one.
Sorry, it took me a moment. I couldn't describe it, but I like figured out like the mental algorithm to make it work.
Hey, not bad.
But can't explain mentally how I got it
What's in
down.
the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Whoa, okay. Huh. Brass tool with a curved glass lens with a screw at the base. Hello there.
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers.
Oh,
I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
interesting.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
Oh my god.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Ooh.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well.
Ooh.
Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Thank you.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora
Of course.
there at the time?
This Flora seems to be grieving
Spent the
something.
duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you
Apparently
do after
so.
that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Okay, that's their
Towards
statement.
the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had
Right.
caused him great alarm.
He
told me to
was
stay
meeting
out
up
of the
with-
way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the Fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring.
Tangle
in
Tower.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
Also, thank you for
Spoke to
stretchies.
me
I just
when
saw.
it occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Interesting. Okay.
314 cases solved.
300?
And 14. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, She's still a teenager.
Barely.
Oh, okay.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Okay. Anything about Felix?
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I
Oh.
think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Is there anything here we could ask about? This drawing?
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
Interesting.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And...
Oh, right, because we pulled it from the box. I immediately forgot. We
what is
just.
it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do
Oh.
you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then.
Okay. I don't know if I should be asking about everything just yet. So. One thing at a time, I guess. I wonder if we can ask Fifi about this microscope that we got then.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Huh.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Fifi. Oh. The sound cues are also really good. Let's go to the greenhouse. Will we see? No one here. Oh! Ominously
This
standing.
one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone.
Beetle.
Don't you think?
Hold on, there's a bug. What is this? Potted fruit. Unusual blue soil. Bug!
That's a handsome beetle.
He's so
Looks
cute.
like he might have magic powers. Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
Alrighty. This is the blue
Back to
soil?
It's so...
It is.
blue.
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Can flowers be poisonous?
There's a lot of
Anything. can be
interesting looking things
poisonous.
here.
Good to know.
Oh, wait.
Is
These.
that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Don't eat it, please.
A little chart of, actually I have no idea what it's about.
Let's check it out. Oh.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Guess we can't figure that out just yet. Hello. Oh, eyes glowing.
Don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
Sally.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
Hi there.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally.
Good job, Sally.
And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Fitz.
And why are you so tall?
Of course, Sally.
I don't know.
Tell us about yourself.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Oh.
Could you
So
say that again?
it's like
but like
an endemic,
as if you were talking to
endemic,
a
isolated
slightly
environment.
stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
What do you know about yesterday?
I was in my
I think you
greenhouse,
told Hawkshaw,
watering
right?
And weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens.
Fitz,
Didn't see anyone else.
Oh,
After
Fitz.
that, I went
I
up
know
to
where
the
his room
garden
is.
outside my room.
And
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy
That
and I
explains the
went
door.
in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
I don't think I've noticed any discrepancy so far between the statements just yet.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
Thanks, Fitz.
Fitz, one of these drawings is
Oh.
of you in the rooftop garden, I
With
think?
Poppy.
With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Interesting.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
Oh,
What were
so
they
Poppy
saying?
might know.
They were
It doesn't have to be
arguing
music
about
sign. Music
something,
sign.
but I can't remember the details. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was.
Oh.
We were contacted anonymously.
Oh.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Thanks, Sally. Tell us about Freya.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs
The
inside.
vivarium?
She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
What do you know about yourself?
Have you met this guy, Fitz?
Oh my god.
Shifty eyes. Doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Tell us about Hawkshaw.
She questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
What do you know about Fifi?
Fifi doesn't like me.
Oh,
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
oh.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
That sounds right.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Sure you were, Grimoire. I don't know if there's anything else we can ask about just yet. Wait, bird book. Bird. Oh my god, let's go ask.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Not yet. Not immediately. There's a few things to ask around. Let's go ask Fifi about some stuff and then let's go from there.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
Huh.
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Okay.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
Oh. Okay, thanks, Fifi. Tell us about Fitz.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be... just
Shut
barely
up,
5.
Grimoire.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Huh.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Wait. That's not a knife, that's a bird. Because if we look at this bird book that apparently belongs to Flora, and we look at this painted model that apparently depicts a bird that has a red head, we have a colored version of the bird sketch from the book.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
really thought she was gonna say something there.
Now let's ask Felix something just first. Wonder what the suspicion thing does, though.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Okay, well, let's see what the suspicion thing is. Or does that maybe do like the grimoire thinking thing?
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's
It's not a knife.
Yeah,
It's a bird.
It's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife. It's the ink nib bird.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Oh, feather! Feather! That looks like a knife. From an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color.
But we
The
have
thing
something in
Flora's
color.
holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yes, there is. This.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Do you remember it by maybe?
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a
That was a
single
quick guess.
feather
I didn't
to
realize that'd be
remember it
immediately
by.
correct, but here we are.
She kept the bird as a pet.
Is that what she's been grieving over? The pet.
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out
Out
the window.
at the sky.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it
Oh.
was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does.
Normally.
This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
Could it be this?
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
What is it? Oh! These are for you. Love, Freya.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
We've cleared up something about the painting. Fascinating. Oop.
Oh.
Yeah, there might be a reason.
Wonder if that means we can like get new information out of everyone based on that.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed
so it
that
stood
just
out
from
from
looking at
paint.
it once?
Of course. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Hmm.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
He seemed a little taken aback by that. I have so much more to explore still. I still don't want to go to the other tower just yet because we still have to explore Fitz's room too.
Fifi doesn't.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let.
Oh, nothing to tell? Wait. I wonder if the knife that Fifi thought Fitz was holding was a feather instead?
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Hmm.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
Hmm.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
Oh.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
It's so specific the way it's on it. I wouldn't say it was an accident.
Freya is normally. But in this.
I think she was.
Why is that? The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother
Right, of course.
often loaned it to Freya.
Because Poppy's the music person.
Maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
2 days? Well, let's go up this way, shall we? See if we find anything here. Fitz's. Whoa, it's quite plain.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
Now you're sulking, Sally.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front.
Is it from Poppy?
Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
It's in Poppy, that's the heart. On the tree in the front.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
A locked box.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't
like-
need to be. It's locked.
And not like there's anywhere else to hide it. Oh.
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Two different iterations of the puzzle seems. The Gordian. How should we use this? Hmm. Is there any other shape that I'm supposed to be able to make out from this? I sort of had another, but this one's the one where it actually all fits together like that. Seems to fit together in different ways too. I guess I have to grab the leaves that I match from this, basically. What about this one? This one has to be this one. So in what other ways can we... Yeah, this is the one we already found, right? Okay. One more to try to decipher. This one we already have.
There we go.
Nice.
Perfect.
That's an interesting puzzle.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
What is it? PPFF. Huh.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Another... Oh. Slide the lid open.
Nothing. Still locked.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Nope.
Maybe the information we
So
need
where is it?
somewhere else. Let's come back once we know what to do.
Okay. Wonder if Fitz might be able to help with that. Let's go talk about this trowel. With their initials on it. Lovers.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
This is suspicious. We need to find Poppy for this, though. Or we could ask Fifi.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
Oh. Alright, let's maybe start checking the other tower now. Starting with the bottom. The music room. It's Poppy.
Are they...
This
paper
room is so
lanterns?
beautiful with the screen lighting.
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
I wonder if she has a nice view of the greenhouse from here.
That's just daylight, right?
What else would it be?
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
It's definitely not a mosaic, honey.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
There's so many cracks, noticeable crack. Inside the horn and on the ground are various shards of shattered or cracked glass.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. 1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
No.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. It's a globe.
For globing.
Oh, ominous theme.
Are you a ghost?
Sally!
God.
Rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Oh. Okay, tell us about yourself, Poppy.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days.
Interesting.
Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people
Oh, they
ever
really are the same age.
leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya
Oh.
wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Also, I really should say now, the voice actors for everyone are really, really well done. They really did the voices for everyone quite well.
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
Huh.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When
Ooh.
I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about
Moonlight
flowers.
Garden.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon.
So the rooms
Then
are
I heard
connected.
this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was
Great.
locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I
Okay.
went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
The animations are really, really good. Okay.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
Interesting.
That belongs to Flora, I think. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
It's
pretty wild.
I guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
Hmm.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
Oh.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Oh.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Huh. Interesting.
Hey, that's me. Not
Which
a bad
bits?
likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Hmm. Oh, we can ask about the horn statue.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who.
Oh.
I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Hmm.
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Okay. Well, let's ask about the people. Flora first.
Needless noise from tongues expel,
Uh.
unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing, with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Okay. Tell us about yourself.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
How about Freya? What do you think about Freya?
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied. It's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Poetry is so good.
Between the lips, a silver spoon. A story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Hmm.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Hmm. I don't know if we need to ask about anyone else at the moment. Oh.
Alright. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Oh, I wonder if we need to do something in the bed on both sides to open the doors. Yeah, there's a similar lock here.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow,
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Aha, I see.
I guess we'll come back later.
Hehe, traveling all the way around. I hope I remember the shape.
it's locked.
I thought,
we are.
what's that thing by the...
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
I guess we have to do it on the other room too, which we can finish exploring Poppy's room then. I wonder if there's any specific thing we should be doing, like if I press this. Okay, guess we're just doing this.
It's a
This.
metronome for keeping time.
Of course. Oh,
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
stop.
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to do it. Oh.
That's done it.
Here we go.
Neat. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
What is
Anything in
it?
there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Is that like Poppy? Cause cassette tape? Oh my god. A rose.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor.
It's like the eye in Flora's tower on the ceiling.
Always a good omen.
It's an eye. It's an octopus.
No, it's not.
Because it has like, what,
It
5
has
arms?
6 legs, not 8.
So,
Don't say it.
Sextopus.
ah, Sally.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
Why is it hung up in a
It's only a few
frame?
notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Hmm.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
Treble clef.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
Oh my god.
Empty. A big glass leads out.
Okay, we should be able to do this now.
Nothing.
All
Still,
4 tiles.
those other symbols.
I think it is.
Oh, I have to redo it. Okay, hold on.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Let's go. So this must be the so-called Moonlight Garden. Rooftop garden. What is this? Headphones.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're
Oh,
not
we-
headphones. They're earmuffs.
I think we should ask Poppy about the fucking harp statue. And also that.
The door into Poppy's room.
Find 3 statues of a certain amphibious creature. Thank you, achievement.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Huh. I guess so. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Okay, Sally.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh yeah. What are you supposed they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. Giant stone frog? Love it.
Stone frog, stone frog, stone toad.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like
Sorry.
he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Huh. 4 feathers. None of the feathers are from the inked bird, right? We know that. Another egg.
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Yeah, stone
Why
frog.
eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Fair.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
It's kind of cute, actually. It's cute. All the
It's
statues are
door
really
to
silly.
Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh yeah. Stone pillars, or what's left of them.
How scenic.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Interesting. Okay. Poppy, we have some other things to ask you about some items.
Alright,
Spooky
spooky murder mansion.
The music changed immediately. You wonder where your three-legged feng shui frog?
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower.
Uh-huh.
I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
The ones with the oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the 2 for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's
Huh.
the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition.
The 13
I
years
was really
of that.
excited to start
19,
learning.
of course.
As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too.
Oh,
She hadn't asked permission.
Interesting.
She showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was
oh.
Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if
Oh,
she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason.
huh.
That's when I realized things were different for her. I don't know what that is.
You sure?
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Interesting. Okay. Let's go back to Fitz and say hello.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that.
Just friends?
Clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
No.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
Oh
That's
my god.
genius.
Sally.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
Interesting. Let's go ask Fifi about Poppy.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Fifi. Fifi, baby. Come on.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Oh. Oh, asking about Poppy.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes.
Oh.
Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Oh my god, Poppy. Let's continue through the Pointer Tower. That's a big room right there. Why is it so big? For what? Aviary. Is that Penelope? Wobber,
Check out
insects.
that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Mirror.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
Alrighty.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
So many
They're
birds.
bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Oh, this entire area is like a bird
Is
cage.
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Hello there. This one is so cute. Look at this wing. Remind me of a toucan.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored.
Hmm.
We prefer to blend into the background.
Okay.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Interesting character so far.
Sure. Yeah.
Tell us about yourself.
20-something. Aquarius. Love.
Aquarius?
travel, And nearly all of my friends are birds.
Oh.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
Oh.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Hmm? Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz?
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
Oh.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm gonna pause that for a moment. Good night, Toady. The animation on this is so interestingly done. It is. I really like her animations. It's so fluid. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. But have a good night, Toad. Thank you so much for chilling with us. I give you forehead kisses. Momo moma. I'll make sure to check out that link when I get a chance. I think I know what feng shui frogs you're talking about, though.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Alright.
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So the PPFF could be Penny Pointer, but what if could it be Poppy Pointer? Based on like the drawings and stuff that we've seen, and the fact they have a rooftop garden and stuff like that. But Fitz and Penny are engaged. Ooh. We'll see.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside.
Unless I'm
But
missing something. We'll see.
suddenly, as
Because there are family relations
Did
that
he
I can
say
check.
why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Aw. Oh, hold on.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Thank you.
Now, like, right now?
Not yet, please. Fitz fellow friend. Fiance.
Sometime in
statement.
the evening, I left the aviary and headed
Hmm.
back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs.
Her voice
hoping
actor's
to
also
catch
really
up
good.
with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever.
Always,
Uncle suggested we should leave.
always the omission
Give
of
the others
Flora.
some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Hmm.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning,
Oh.
and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't
Oh,
begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
oh,
Sounds like
Freya,
you two
it's
were
so...
close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
Wow.
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
What's about this bird book?
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
Oh,
So it's not extinct.
well,
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
hmm.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Interesting.
Of course! Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one
Tabitha,
is which?
Tamara,
Oh, that's
Tatiana.
Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Gee, thanks.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat.
Oh,
Doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
interesting.
Very nice.
Oh,
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
ooh. She has something to say.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
Hmm. Hum, 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 hum.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Quite so.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
Really? Well, that doesn't help us then.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
Ooh.
Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Interesting.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Oh my god.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
Oh. Damn.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ooh.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Interesting. Is there anything else to ask about?
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
They are pretty. I guess we can ask people about Penelope now.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Interesting. Let's go ask Fitz about Penny.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
Okay, sure.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Yes, we
They
literally
have
just learned
names.
their names.
Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Oh,
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
What's the age range on them again?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24.
24 and 19. And then how about
Name.
Penelope?
Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession,
Huh.
ornithologist.
Older
Likes,
than
birds.
Fitz.
Dislikes, insects.
Oh.
Notes. Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Oh.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is
Oh.
it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Interesting. Oh, you know anything about Tangle Tower in general, since you're a
What
scientist?
is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Freya? Oh. Where's Freya's room? Is there something else in Freya's room we didn't notice?
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs might have been for keeping insects.
I don't know if there's anything else in here to check.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Oh.
It's Freya's bed. Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Drawings.
What's that one?
Looks one of them's holding a red rose.
That painting.
Why?
Maybe for.
Yeah.
Hang on. There's a
It's
smaller.
a photograph. Now, a lot
How
of
can you tell if they're?
Good point. Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight.
Plants in this kind of room?
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer,
Oh.
maybe.
Oh.
They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
How should I arrange these? Okay, that's fitting together. No. Yar, I think. Based on the line here. Right. Okay. Ah. Okay, it's the smallest orange. If that counts. Oh, orange, brush handle. Okay. Green, and then it's a blue.
That's done it.
There we go.
Neat. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well,
A photograph?
most of a photograph.
Oh. It's the other half of that photograph.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Let's go. Ooh. Suspicion time.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape?
Ooh
Is
boy.
it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know
Mhm.
what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea.
It's
Some
piano.
jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own it.
So she was playing that
Why
while she was
not?
painting Freya.
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
How about this one?
Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
Oh my god, Sally time! Look at them, they're so cute. Wait, is that Freya's
You
diary?
look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it? Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Is that
You know about
Fifi's
this?
diary?
Oh, is it still
I'm
Fifi's?
sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Oh.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Yeah.
Let's ask her about it.
Freya's holding in the photo, so... More suspicion time!
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine.
Hmm.
Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
So, there are secrets written
Oh
in
my
here?
god, Grimoire.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
That's what we have.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Also, wow, Decepticons. I keep forgetting to mention Decepticons.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Why would she? Why would Fifi be hiding Freya's diary? Maybe?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Ooh.
Very well. I will open it.
Oh.
However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Huh. The harp. Soul Bearer? Can I ask her about the new diary
A
now?
book. My book.
No, I guess not. We haven't gone to Penelope's room yet. I guess we'll keep going until we get more suspicious stuff to do. Penny's room. Whoa.
That's sunflower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Interesting.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Oh, hello there.
Nope, they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Off the position of the 7 birds. Wonder if it's a color blending thing.
I got it.
There we go.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. Huh.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Oh, how nice.
That bit.
Tea and
It's
birdseed.
like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
I wonder why.
It's not coming from the bed, it's coming from the
The
wall.
wall?
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
By the mannequins?
Mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
Let's go ask Penelope about this.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Thanks for admitting
Who's
that,
the
guys.
her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Hmm.
Yes, it's my my flower.
Yeah?
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Oh,
Do you at least
interesting.
like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Let's go. Hi, Fitz.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something.
Let's ask her.
Hold
about
on. One thing at a time, please, babies.
So, Fitz, I have a report
What?
that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
He's holding something else, maybe?
Fifi did see Fitz.
The
But
trowel?
he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
Could it be this, maybe?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Really? In Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Hmm.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Well, something to compare directly with the potted flower. Maybe this?
Let's take a closer look at these.
Because of the blue soil, right?
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Almost. Maybe just change.
Not the garden, sorry. In Fitz's Green's
The
house.
pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again.
Ah,
when
to
she's
take
not
care of it.
there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Metaphorically. Mm-hmm. go talk to Penelope next.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from Red Roses?
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Indeed. Hi Zal, you like this art style? Yeah, it's really nice. I love the stylizations of these for everything, for all the characters and stuff. It's really good.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
A red rose.
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget,
Yeah, the birds.
Penny's the
And
resident ornithologist.
we have
My dear,
bird feathers that we found.
what are you accusing me of?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence. Maybe.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
Uh-huh.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Oh, really?
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
How about these poor feathers?
Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I
Oh.
can't stand it!
Oh.
Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
Ooh. Ooh.
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Ooh. Spicy. Search the main entrance. Oh, like outside? I haven't even met Professor Pointer yet, too.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Tangle. Tower.
Huh, there's a heart. I didn't know people...
PPFF.
And now we know what that is. Oh, wait.
I'm sure they have.
This. I haven't seen this.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Oh, definitely.
What does it say? This envelope has been ripped open and there's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Huh. Flora's Tower. Okay, well, before we do that, I wonder if we can fully get through this chart here.
Fifi's
What
got...
is all this? It's Poppy. That's actually looks like Fitz.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so
Oh.
angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking.
Oh.
It does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Who is that?
No idea. Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay, well, let's deal with this first. Oh, how nice that I can just go through that way. Astronomy tower, ooh.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle. Sun on the outside.
Geocentric.
How old is this thing?
Rotate the 5 planets, the sun and the moon around the middle. This puzzle is definitely going to be a little harder for me. For sure. Ah, there we go.
No, that was it.
Nice work.
That was a tough one at first.
Did you hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
Sorry, I should not be skipping through the dialogue so fast.
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Bug. A gold bug, AU. Various research notes and diagrams. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Huh.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which
I
planet
wonder.
are you from, Sally?
Because someone mentioned, I think Poppy was talking about that weird sound, like metal, but not really.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
True. Hello there.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
Oh my god,
I
Sally.
shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Tell us about yourself.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years,
Hobby.
published 17 books.
Just a
That-
little hobby.
Hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known.
Bit more than that.
You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Oh, what do you know about yesterday?
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone
Let
else?
me drink some water.
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course.
I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually,
really?
I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Oh, really? What's your statement then?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Interesting.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Let's go. That's starting to make sense, now that we know that's an astronomy tower too. Oh. Something's clicking at the beginning.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Not yet.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course,
Sure.
I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
Oh, did we? Me being like, did we? Happy Agender Pride Day. Hi, Clover. Why is the shout out not working? Hello, Nightbot. I wonder if it's because it's SF. I feel like it should still work. Hello, Nightbot. There we go. Hi, Clover. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a good weekend also. How are you doing? I'm assuming it's this. Maybe.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
Cool.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
You have recovery from threw up. Oh no! I hope you're okay. Make sure to drink lots of water. If you are also just eating, also try to eat something if you can. Unless it's a symptom from something, which will make it hard to eat. But water is important, because you definitely get dehydrated from that. Please take care. Please rest up well. I hope you're okay. I think you've had like a busy weekend. Haven't you? I would know this because of the Twitter notifications I get. I'm gonna stalk you right now on... Actually, I kind of see now why you might have thrown up. You didn't tweet much, you promise. No worries. You didn't drink any of those? Are you sure? Is suspicious. You had half a beer? I see. Are you a lightweight? I hope you had a good time at Anime Impulse.
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Because it's not a microscope. Because we also got information from Fifi about it being a telescope. It probably fits in the astronomy tower. It was tons of fun. You saw cryptid. Ooh! I'm so glad you had lots of fun and that you also saw cryptid. I would ask if you took photos, but obviously it's very impossible to take photos of cryptids in general. I hope you didn't, like, harass the cryptid or anything. God forbid, you're like, cryptid, come here. What do you think about TikTok? What do you think of human matters? They're all blurry, yeah, as expected. But I'm glad you had fun. Were there any highlight from the weekend that you want to talk about besides drinking an entire table of a soju and along with half a beer and throwing up?
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Yes. A microscopic lens, according to Fifi, uses a magnifying glass. So Hawkshaw lied about it? Or no, the handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Quite so.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
Sally.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Oh,
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective.
become a detective.
But
I
the
see.
yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood.
Aw.
Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I
Of
had
course.
hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So,
Theft
who is your
investigation?
suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Oh. Interesting. We still have two more suspicions to do. I need to figure out how to activate those. Is one of them Flora? Hold on. No, we already did Flora's.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Alright, if I'm also confused, I can always go back to the map and do this. Flores Tower. What should we be looking
The
for?
whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
We're at the top.
I think so.
Doesn't matter. It's...
Is there something we haven't investigated yet?
Supposedly, Freya was working on... Looks like she was
Didn't
still...
even get a chance to clean her brush.
What about this drawer?
Freya's painting supplies.
Never looked at that. Red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint, all cracked down one side.
Freya's painting supplies.
Oh. Why should we talk to Professor Pointer? What should we ask him about? Hello?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower.
Oh, really?
I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Quite so. Locked away. What do you know about
A
this?
very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Oh, really?
Is this important?
Possibly.
Hmm.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
Considering that her parents died, right? How about his open
Where
letter?
on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Give me a moment. Let me also review what this says. Combination is drawn on the other sheet. And then... Soul Bearer works. Have two, need two more. Huh. Do we still need to keep talking? We should search the tower still? Okay. I haven't looked at this yet.
The bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
Oh.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is empty.
So even the most well-used note. Pretty.
Yeah, it's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
How about this?
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Oh my gosh, I think someone I watched played Tangle Tower. I think actually Jersey BZ, who was the one I watched play Chicken Police, I think she might have played Tangle Tower. Or might have been someone else, but this exact moment right here, being in this specific place, I think could have been her, could have been someone else. I think I watched someone play Tangle Tower briefly. Whoa.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
But you wouldn't be able to see Freya painting.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room
Above Flora's room.
above Flora's room?
Like an
We should
attic.
check that next time we're over there. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
Quite so.
I can't move it. I
Huh.
think this is just how it's set up.
Interesting.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Hello, Mr. Pointer.
So,
Professor
Professor?
Pointer, really?
what interests you
Hmm.
about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Sure.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
You discovered a meteor heading straight for Earth. Extinction event!
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Quite so. I don't actually know. Wait. Uh.
That's not it.
Huh. What do I have as evidence for this? Unless there's this.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Well, says one who was quite literally keeping this information on the golden beetle locked away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
That isn't pointed into the sky.
Yeah, about that.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene. Looking at insects and not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was almost. Maybe just change one.
At birds because he saw a bird.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
You tell us.
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's
Oh.
really paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen.
Freya who loves
Incredibly
bugs.
rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
It does.
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Are we ready for that? Do I have enough evidence to figure that out? Whoa.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a
Why does it have that
crab.
icon?
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two, Freya? What?
What do you think? Is it really from
What the
her?
fuck?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed.
That's...
We have a ghost helping us.
What?
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Tangle Tower. Unfinished business. What? What? While in Flora's tower? Oh! Oh right, we can access that part now. Because we noticed that. The attic.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Just dusty junk. It's
There's a little
statue of
box
wolf,
here.
standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
A werewolf.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Oh.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Huh.
Is that what I think it is?
Huh.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
I feel like there's gotta be a clue up here.
Okay.
Just...
Wait, what is
dusty
this?
junk.
It looks like
What is
a
that?
step counter?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. Brass reel with a screw at top. Coiled around the reel's length of fine red rope. What?
That's all the statements collected.
Hmm.
Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
I think this, I
Poppy and I
don't
went
notice
in.
any
Freya
discrepancies
was
in
right
these
there,
statements.
laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
Wasn't there a second set of steps that Felix heard?
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door,
Like he heard it
Penelope called out
Felix
from
heard the
behind
steps
me. I
down,
inquired about
like the
Professor,
same way
and
like
she
Poppy
told
went
me he'd gone
downstairs
up
from
the
Flora's
fellow
tower.
I told
What
her
the
what had
fuck?
happened. She didn't believe me.
Like from...
She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Everything fits, but there's one thing, and it's in Felix's
All the
alibi.
statements line up with each other.
They
Or
don't just
Felix's
line up.
statement.
Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Birdsong. Oh. Whoops. What is this gonna do?
It's one of those big
Don't
pianos.
touch
Why
it.
not?
Might be haunted.
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it
it's-
is. Gotta
what's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
Hmm.
Who plays the violin?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Who plays the violin?
So I'm
Oh,
guessing.
what about this?
All right, you got your
Spooky
wish.
murder
Spooky murder mansion.
No.
There's a.
When I was a kid,
You still don't know.
No. Smells like a forest in here.
There's a faded mural.
When I was a
You
kid.
still don't know.
No.
All right,
Spooky
spooky murder mansion. Are they?
Whatever, like a little parade.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
One old.
Yep.
25. Draw.
Mhm.
4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
What else would it be? It's a globe.
4 globing. Oh, whatever.
Well,
it
it gotta
is. What's with
practice.
all the broken glass? All right, spooky murder
Maybe
mansion.
the sheet music?
Sheet music,
That's a
probably
lot.
while they're on the floor. Sheet music.
That's a lot of
Probably
note.
while they're on the floor.
Huh. Well, in Flora's Tower, well, there was the gramophone.
Half the room.
I don't know if you the sudden absence of wall.
Hmm.
The whole room
Yeah, there might be a reason.
There it is. The unfinished
So-
looks that way.
I guess, what if we get Poppy to play this specific melody?
Yeah, it's mine.
There's a reason, like, this.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
There it is. Okay, so what if you go play the pink cassette tape in the gramophone?
It's piano music.
Maybe it should be this one? We'll see. It has to be something with the gramophone, though.
Weird.
It's someone humming a
Got it.
tune. That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
This is ominous. Soul Bearer works. I have 2 now, need 2 more. Soul Bearer? Is this what that is, maybe? Found my way into the mill, surprisingly simple compared to the heart.
Let's try this again.
Kinda makes you think you're gonna die, gods.
You know, I think we might be...
I'm sure we can solve this.
Sorry, I accidentally skipped through
Let's
dialogue.
try this again. I'm sure we can solve this now.
I have to switch back and forth. Then, so doorbell first.
Let's try this.
Oh, should I match it specifically with these blocks, actually?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
What the fuck? What is this?
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Complete suspicion for all suspects and talk with Sally about the crime scene. What have I not done suspicion for? Did I actually not? Oh, I haven't done it for Felix. Oops. I thought I did.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this
This
pot?
house is built on secrets and
Yes, I did.
lies.
I discovered it too, was blood, not paint.
Oh,
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
so it's not red
Yeah,
paint,
but
red paint
still.
at all?
Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Blood?
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
That... oh, what the fuck? So it's not even blood from Freya getting killed, it just already had blood in it, so she was painting with blood in the first place. Because it's not like we knew what
About
whose
this
blood it
paint you
was.
found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously.
Mhm.
Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's
I think
take
it's
a closer look
the
at this.
labeling. Was stolen or broken? Was stolen and replaced with. But the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway?
It's not paint, it's
None of this
blood.
is connected to your murder.
Blood was used to fill up this
That's
red
not
paint
it.
pot before Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope. Blood was used. That's not right.
Oh, this before.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
Yeah.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the blood?
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
Oh.
I needed red.
Is that why the painting was being done by Freya?
Could you not have just used a different color?
It's an ink
It had to be red and white.
Come on,
If you
Grimoire.
managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After
Aw,
what
Felix.
happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Let's do it. Oh, tap tap.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
And then, before we finish up, if it's the last part of the game, I'll go ahead and take a bathroom break before we continue this, because it's probably going to get spicy. To prove the existence of magic? Hide the evidence?
The painted ink.
No.
Nope.
Blood from the paint
Oh,
pot.
sorry, I meant the
Almost.
painted one.
Blood from the
There you
paint
go.
pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Yeah,
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or
the
somebody
usage
set
of
it up.
actual blood.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down.
Right.
Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Yet visible from the
Maybe someone
attic
drew
from
it.
that
Through the painting? Wouldn't
crack.
that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Are we done?
Did she purposely use blood, fainted from the blood usage, and something from the attic?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Hang on, I need to use my bathroom break. Bathroom break, please. Before we get into spicy. So thank you everyone for chilling with me so far. I'll be right back after this really quick bathroom break. Because I gotta pee because I'm hydrating so much. BRB. Shoot. Thank you so much for the raid. I literally just went to the restroom. Oh no. Hi. Hi, Schumann Raiders. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry about that. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed Balatro. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this right now because I'm not sure if any of my moddies are here right now. But everyone on my end, please check out Shu. They've raided us before because I was playing Balatro that one time after an art stream. But hi everyone. For those that don't know me, let me go ahead and give y'all a really quick intro to myself before I explain what we're doing today on stream. Yeah, I hope you had a good time with Balatro. What were you doing this time around? Because I know there's a lot of things that happen with Balatro. I don't touch it that often. I really want to play a little more, but I don't touch it too much. But for those that don't know me, my name is Bonnie. I'm a silly little fire elemental. I run an inn in liminal space. Teehee, silly stuff. I'm an illustrator, graphic designer, and playground programmer, as in I program silly stuff like this raid screen, my chat box, my stream avatars at the bottom, and the news ticker. As an illustrator, I draw a lot of character art mainly, whether that's actual character from visual media like Hollow Knight, Owlboy, or whether that's like VTubers, or if it's just my own OCs and characters and Sonos. Yeah, look, you got some other VTubers here. We got Lackadaisy here. Yeah. Right now we're doing gaming. We're currently finishing up Tangle Tower, because for yesterday's stream I wanted to check out a few indie game demos for games that are currently in development. So we checked out Fishbowl, Moses and Plato, Last Train to Clawville, and The Mermaid Mask. And the reason why I'm playing Tangle Tower is because of The Mermaid Mask, because I realized that I really wanted to play a point-and-click mystery puzzle game. And it turns out Tangle Tower is basically like, I guess, like the prequel in like the series. So here we are. You wanted to bring them around because they've got wonderful vibes. Oh, thank you for bringing your community here. I appreciate that, Shu. I'm shy. Thank you. That's so nice of you. But yeah, I hope your Balatro runs, if plural, went well. Again, I hope those runs went well. And again, what kind of runs were you doing? Certain stakes, completion, the usual stuff. I'd love to know, unless it turns out I don't understand, because then that would be very silly and sad if I did not understand. Give me a moment. Okay. A stream was good. You did Satisfactory, Hollow Cure, and Balatro. Oh, okay, nice. You're trying to get Golden Stake on Ghost Deck, but couldn't hurt too much. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think I'm familiar with Ghost Deck. I'm a little... Is that the Spectral one? Or is it a different kind? Because I'm not too familiar with all the decks, because I haven't seen enough Balatro gameplay to, like, know of all the stuff that... Like, all the decks and stakes and whatnot. Oh, it is a Spectral one? Okay. I hope Satisfactory and Hollow Cure also went well. I don't know if I'm familiar with Satisfactory, though. Which is why I'm gonna switch it up right now. Hollow Cure, I have heard of. Satisfactory? Come on. Ah, I think I might have heard of this before. Factory simulation game? Nice. Before we go ahead and continue, for Shu and any of the raiders that came along, if you need to get some rest, get some water, get some food, need to take off for whatever time zone you may be in, please feel free to do so. Please do not let me hold you here in liminal space. But if you do decide to stay, we have a few couches. We do have some spare bedrooms also if you'd like to stay here at the inn. And because we're playing Tangle Tower, I think we're at the end, so just maybe like really major spoilers if you've been planning on playing this game or don't want to, get spoiled on like story and stuff. So just letting you know, we're probably going to solve the true events that transpired of the murder mystery in this game. I just want to let you all know before we continue. Yes, thank you again, Shu. I appreciate you lots. I gave you 4 head kisses. Mama. I'm kind of scared too. Check this out. Okay.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Let's go. I absolutely can't think of what this could be though. Tangle Tower. Underneath. Okay. Whoa. Bugs. Was the golden beetle taken for a certain type of research then?
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal. What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
I wonder if it's because of where Tangle Tower is situated that we have unusual things here.
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
The beetle.
Hand-drawn entomology charts.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
So all the entomology books being missing from the library are here.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
There's more?
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Thirsty?
No. Can I leave? Oh, I can. Okay, I wanted to go...
Let's not wander
Aw.
right now.
I was like, I didn't fully check out that chart in Fifi's room.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Oh, interesting. Okay. This is going to be really hard for me to figure out. That correct? I don't think so. What if... Oh, okay. Got it.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Secret research, a folder containing research notes and diagrams. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. As far as we know. I wonder.
Whose research is this?
For Shrine Deed.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
We have it. It's section 4, the golden beetle.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if
Right, 'cause Pointer
Pointer's
visits the
only
garden.
one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
The Pointer has been planning to kill, lock the... Has been trying to breed the golden beetle?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Mind you, we got a weird little crab toy thing from Freya, supposedly, even though she's the murder victim. Is there more? Lowest level. Is this really the lowest level?
This room looks old. Like, old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern. It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
How fashionable.
Gives off kind of a
For real,
dungeon vibe.
lowest we swear, I doubt
What
it.
do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good. We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure.
Look,
Some kind of metal
That
stab
thing
wound.
has red rope on it. The metal's perfectly clean and polished. Real thing with red rope, which we found in the attic, where the crack in the floors of the attic happened to be aligned with Freya, where Freya got stabbed according to the murder scene.
So what's the photo?
Oh, damaged photo. It's been framed but slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl and a large man sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Is that... Could that be Lord and Lady Fellow?
Do you know who it is? In the photo?
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Amphobe, Ink Dip, Soul Bearer, and Silver Snake. Soul Bearer. The Ink Dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. The Silver Snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The Soul Bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. The Amphobe, a frog-like creature walking on 2 legs.
This man.
Right, it could be Flora
Photo.
and her father.
He reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Felix made a little model of him? For Flora?
Yeah.
Right,
Makes
because he
sense
already
when
did
you
a
know who he is.
self-portrait one. Lord Fellow?
Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him? For
Yeah.
Flora?
It makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Seem to be missing something.
A single book on
This is,
why?
I think it's a children's book. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
The Rooftop Garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
Misted Mansion, north side cross section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
It isn't.
I think it already existed when this was made. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
Wait,
The Grand Hall.
that aquarium in the
What's that thing in
entrance?
the middle?
Elevator?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Can we access it from the rooftop garden?
Study. Wait.
I know what you...
How did we miss it? The rooftop. That name makes a little more.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed. Let's not wander off.
Oh, can I still not wander off yet?
Let's not wander off right now.
See.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything.
Huh.
That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down
Yes,
here
we already
anyway?
checked the book on the
And
table.
why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Let's not wander off right now.
Huh.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
A ladder.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Let's do it. The Hidden Heart.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Is that the
Is that a crab?
Soul Bearer?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Good. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar? This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
In the children's book.
Is that
It's got a
also? I guess
I
that's...
don't think we need
What do you
it.
mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Wait, rotate it up then?
Perfect.
Oh. A crossbow?
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find. What is it?
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Smaller sheet underneath features a drawing. That looks like Hackshaw. This notepad is... This is Freya's?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom, nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful, nothing was moved. But I know, it's time.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
Whoa. The ink nib feather.
Someone's been using this room. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame, dusty and looks several years old. The ambassadors of Misted Mansion. Soulbearer works. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5 eyes blacked out.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting
The
it makes
painting!
more
That's
sense
the thing that goes in the
to
top.
see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
What the hell?
The painting did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think
I
that's
accidentally
why
skipped
Freya
one.
made that painting,
But
but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't
Oh.
exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
we did not.
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it?
Oh, does
From
the reel
us?
go on this?
I don't know.
Oh no.
But it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already. I think that might, but not this part of the crossbow.
Huh.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
If you had money, you would buy this house? Would you really? Murder. We don't even know the full secrets about this house yet either.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
Above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
There we go.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
So she fell down.
Yes. Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Paint fumes?
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Because it cracked,
Something
along with the tape
small.
cassette. What? What would have been...
That's not it.
What would have been in there?
That's not it.
That's not it.
Huh. What would have been in the gramophone? Wait.
That's not it.
No. Okay.
That's not it.
What would have... This?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened.
Right, because... Right, I mentioned it earlier that Poppy and Fitz in the rooftop garden, they heard some weird sound that sounded like metal and stuff.
Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it
So
really loud
both?
enough to knock someone out?
Freya
No,
and Flora
I
were
don't
conscious
think
from
so,
it?
not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone.
And it's
That
cracked.
glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
What also would have cracked from that? Oh.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big
The
range,
earmuffs.
how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected
They
themselves
protected themselves.
How?
with this.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start.
That Poppy
1.
grabbed.
Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
Oh my god. The cassette that was playing at the time was the tape that Poppy made for Freya. If it was tested in the music room, then that means it must have been Pavloved into reacting in fear because it heard the same music.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her
Is it
side.
Poppy?
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
It would be
6.
Poppy, would it?
The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7.
The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
If Flora and Fitz went to check, or Fitz and Poppy specifically. It's not the damaged one that was being played. We found the pink cassette originally from the gramophone.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
It's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here.
Huh?
The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
What?
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room.
We have
Where did
it.
it go?
We have it.
We found it somewhere else.
Here.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
Could it be a two-person job?
The final clue.
If the feather
Crime scene.
falls out and the rooftop garden is below. Because we see feathers drop down there.
Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
Is it the drawing?
That's not it. That's not it.
Okay, so it's not the drawings.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Right. She prepared all of her colors in advance. This one?
Yellow paint was
Because
going
that
to
yellow
be
paint
used
hasn't been
to
touched
paint
yet.
The sketch of something sitting in the window.
Wait,
Something in the window.
it looks like a plant, but there's a bird that fucking looks like that.
Oh.
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did, but she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Huh?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end.
Incinerator.
Paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Those animals?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
Grimoire.
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids?
Oh.
Like Bigfoot or whatever.
Grimoire,
A
honey.
little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at
Sorry for
19,
burping.
I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
Oh. Okay,
That's not right. That's not right.
from the study.
That's not right.
Was it
That's not right.
in the study?
That's not right.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked Inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The Golden Beetles?
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post?
How?
From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The Will of Freya Fellow. There's a lot to take in right now. The fact that it's Penelope and Hawkshot. This is a lot. Holy moly. I would like to leave.
Let's not wander off right now.
The chibi of Penelope. The Well of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted? That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into
The
Pointer's lab?
diary.
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance.
Right.
That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Hello there, thank you for the follow.
Freya
Welcome on
had
in.
made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less.
I hope you're doing well. We're currently at the climax, the ending of Tangle Tower. So this is the game that maybe you've been planning on playing or anything. Just keep in mind, this is like major spoilers for what's happening. Yeah. I'm still trying to process everything, so I'm just like letting the voice acting go.
She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
Hello, you didn't know this game, but you really like the art style? Really nice art style. I also really just love the backgrounds in general. Just all the backgrounds and the color grading that's done are really good and fitting. Yeah, well, come on in. Easy quits? Eskeets. Please let me know how I should pronounce your username, or if there's a specific alias that you would like me to refer to you by. Welcome on in, yeah. I'm playing this because I played a few indie game demos for games that are currently in development, one of them being basically the sequel to this, which is Mermaid Mask. And I realized, I was like, oh, I really need some point and click mystery puzzle games, and this is really hitting. It's really wild too.
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Oh no. What? Huh?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What?
Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the
Dang
beetle
it.
with her?
So how do we get out?
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Oh my god. Is that the credits? Oh. You don't know how to spell it in English. Esquites? Ah, Esquites? I see. Got it. Also, thank you. It seems a lot of people like to say I have a nice voice. I'm still a little like, oh, is that so? Holy moly. Okay, I need to like process what just happened. So Penelope was like disillusioned about being a part of all the families at Tangle Tower. And she felt stuck there. Literally birdcage vibes. She wanted to get out. She wanted to know why other people of the families were got out. She felt flies away. She felt unresolved because she didn't get any other additional like information from people from like the other family members or from the ambassadors. And so she chose. Why did she kill Freya? Because Freya was too good for her. She wanted to leave. Freya wanted to unravel the secrets and corruption of Tangle Tower also. In order to get Fifi to leave. She found out she killed the 5 people. Did she? I guess it wasn't. I couldn't necessarily figure that out. That it was implied that she actually killed the ambassadors. But yeah, because Freya also ended up finding out all the secret stuff that not just Professor Pointer, but also Penelope, what they were doing. I see. The Screech into Darkness cutscene, yeah. I thought their faces were blacked out. I wasn't sure. I was like, I thought it might have been because of like killing, but I couldn't tell because it felt a little ambiguous to me. Given that there was a lot of information coming in from the revelation of the murderer sort of thing, and I was like, oh. I'm missing 4 achievements. Oh, one of them is listen to Poppy's poems, talk to the suspects about Tangle Tower, talk to the suspects about your case files, and find 3 sets of similar research notes. You don't cross out people unless you kill someone. I guess that makes sense. I also would have interpreted it in like the kind of like the blacklist sort of way, like they're out of my life, or like they yielded nothing sort of thing, I guess. Because I've also, I guess, seen it used in that way, like sort of like how we had some of the evidence being like, oh, the photos was ripped apart sort of thing, to kind of like by Poppy to forget her old self sort of thing. So in the same manner, I've also seen it like people being blacked out or stuff like that, to be like, they are out of my life sort of thing. In Penelope's case, the whole they served no purpose to me sort of thing. Look at the Argal. Whoa, okay. Oh, that's so cool. You can see concept art. Oh. Okay. Oh my god, concept art. Oh, that's so lit. That's even better than I thought. Okay, cool. Lit. Sexy. Amazing. Pretentious manner, projecting the persona of someone more experienced than he actually is. I think just red is more ambiguous to me just because things felt really like suspicious and whatnot. Not suspicious, but weird and supernatural, which it kind of was, you know, introduction of, you know, plausible elements, but are technically fictional to us sort of thing. But there was a very supernatural sense to everything, especially with like us getting like the soul bearer thing that like led us to finding the secret basement laboratory and stuff, and it's like supposedly from Freya, and it's like, isn't Freya dead? And stuff. And then us getting a revelation of stuff that we would not have probably like figured it out. His swoop to the front hair makes you think of somewhere around 2014. So this is not the first game in the series. He's actually from an original game called Detective Grimoire, which I think might have been released as a Flash game. And I believe, let me go check Steam right now, because I checked it yesterday actually, when I was going crazy about it. Detective Grimoire was released in 2014. Oh, there's multiple pages. Composed of various pinks masquerading as brown. Oh. There's already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. Needed to be the friendly, approachable gumshoe. This is like one of the solid games that actually has like a really good like sense of design and stuff in regards to like how it's done in like the entertainment industry. Like very noticeable character designs, environment designs, stuff like that. Sally appeared in the previous game with her hair down, her back, and a long plait. I don't know if there are other games in this series, or if there's only... If there's only just Detective Grimoire before this. Because I don't see much else when I'm searching up SFB Games, which is the developer on Steam specifically. Yeah, so it might just be other games that aren't on Steam. You like the crescent moon shape originally looks like it's squashed and stretched in fun ways? Mm-hmm. Onigiri. Interesting. These expression explorations are so good. Sally wearing her hair in the style from the previous game. Oh. Okay, that looks familiar as a design from in like one of the preview screenshots for Detective Grimoire on Steam. Designs from a much older version of the game before it became Tangle Tower. That's still very similar, yeah, to the original Detective Grimoire game. It was done very well. Oh, we get some of the... Just not for all of them necessarily, but... Laura was so good, like, as an introductory character to meet after we get through the crime scene. That was so good. She set the tone for how weird the character designs could be, how far we could stretch them away from typical human anatomy. Heck yeah. The hair animations were also very good. Her one big animation is definitely the heaviest in the whole game. Yeah, the hair flapping was so good. Please go and talk to her as much as possible so you can see it again and again. And then we have Felix Fellow. Early on he was a sailor and had a lot more nautical elements. This design for Felix nearly made it into the final game. Because the big pompadour was fun because it looked like a wave or the hull of a ship. Oh. Interesting. Tattoos are really annoying to animate. Oh. It's such an interesting drastic change from like the initial designs and iterations for Felix. Fifi. Could see it as a character who would remain sitting down while you talk to her. Oh, not yet. Fifi's eyes ended up on the sides of her head combined with the shape of her hair. I always thought this made her look a bit like a rhinoceros. Fifi's eye lens was going to have an elaborate telescopic zoom function, but this kind of gimmick has a habit of getting cut from the game. Lenses and microscopes. Huh. Adam mandated that she doesn't turn her head on her shoulders. Stylistic design rules for characters. That's so interesting. That's so fascinating. Detective Hawkshaw. A contrast with Grimoire, where Grimoire is friendly, open, and emotionally reactive, Hawkshaw is blunt, stern, and emotionally closed off. Of course, the detective would also be called Hawkshaw because it's Penelope too. Ugh, of course. Perfectionist, so her design is sharp angles and clean lines. She never wastes any energy, even keeping her arms hidden under her cloak unless she needs them. Yeah, they do really well using a lot of reference art and stuff. Oop. Interesting. Long buttoned up neck became a high defining feature for Hawkshaw, making her seem uptight and rigid. As Hawkshaw developed, she started to look more and more like a villain from a 90s cartoon. The constant usage of the feather too. Oh, you can zoom in on that. Oh, I didn't realize. Haha. I'm impressed. Freya, the character that we never actually get to see animated and stuff. The specifics of Freya's character took a while to emerge, but from the earliest point I knew I wanted her to be open-minded and a bit of a hippie. Freya exists in a slightly different space from the other inhabitants. She's very aware of the wider world outside the house. Freya wears a white dress to suggest the purity of her soul. Importantly, it's spattered with color from her paint, suggesting she's not afraid of making a mess and going against convention. In the final design, her dress became more of a tunic with a high-waisted belt and long sleeves. I like to think this makes Freya look a bit like a wizard. A curious, brave little painter. When I made concepts, I didn't want a stereotypical depiction of an artist, but I couldn't resist to paint collages. Bohemian art students. Oh. A paint blob-like bun that felt too close to Fifi's hairstyle. It was important that all three of the younger girls of Tangle Tower felt visually different. Very nice decision. Never ended up doing any animation of Freya, but drew these because she's actually one of my favorite character designs in the game. Ah. There's a good deal more to her than just murder victim. Quite so. Man. I wish I could have gotten to see like a lot more on that and stuff. Jonathan Harris. When I look at this concept art, it kind of makes me think of No Straight Roads. Because No Straight Roads also has a good variety of character designs and body shapes and stuff. I want to see. If I can... Please, Tangle Tower. Will that make it easier? Okay, thank you, Tumblr on... Whatever. Anyway. Let's see. Fitz Fellow. The design for Fitz is so interesting. Fitz was conceived as an insect character and then later on became a gardening character. Huh. Image of a big muscular man using tiny gardening tools. None of these poses made it to the final game. Oh. Fitz kept his little glasses right up into production. But then they realized Fitz was becoming more emotionally vulnerable and took the glasses away. Oh. Fitz was described to me as someone who was accidentally good looking. Oh. With the classic curtained hair. It turns out very well. I like how they kind of kept the whole round cold spectacle staring back at you vibe still. With the whole lurking in the shadows especially. There are probably more drawings of Fitz on the slide than actual frames of the animation in the game. Ultimately, it worked best for him to be almost creepily static. Thank you for Hydrate Clover. I will drink water while I keep looking at the art. Professor Pointer. Kinda sad I only got to see him at the end, because I also really liked how fluid his animations were, and how unique this design was. Conceived as a fairly traditional professor archetype, the sort of person who would have a garden shed full of half-finished inventions. Short and spindly, so that his physicality would contrast with that of his rival Felix Fellow. A spaced-out astronomy professor with an airy philosophical manner. His hair is designed to resemble a book, a roof, and a bad wig all at the same time. I was wondering, it was like an interesting... I was like, is that hair or is that a hat? The entire time when we saw Professor Pointer. Hiding a few secrets, so I wanted him to seem distrusting and slightly slimy. Well, that was very good, because he is indeed. Just look at the way these are done. Looks like a grunkly old man in the first thing we saw. Yeah. Very much so. And I'm glad they changed it and had a lot of interesting iterations. Because, you know, initial iterations, but they definitely like did the updated iterations well to really convey his character and his kind of the secrets that he has, along with just the general secrets of Tangle Tower. The thing on his head, hair, a book, or a birdhouse roof. It's a mystery. Alrighty then. His kooky pretentious arm waves, those were very good. Penny Pointer. Thought it would be fun if Penny had multiple birds about her person with whom she can speak during conversations. This eventually boiled down to the one bird on her head, and instead of talking to it, the joke became that Penny simply treats it as if it were her normal hat. Penny is a complex character. At this stage in the design process, I was focused on her duality as both cool, elegant femme fatale and a pouty, petulant young woman. Her outfit is simple, inspired by 1950s high fashion. The choice for the bird gloves was so nice, especially with the animations. It was done quite well. Oh, a sketch of her reading a book surrounded by birds and then slamming that book shut mid-sentence and scaring them away. Oh, that looks so good. The most emotive of the cast, quite so. It's such a big contrast to when we talked to her at the end. Of like, you're the murderer! What were your motives? And she's like, argh. It's such a vast contrast. Poppy Pointer. Someone who really doesn't want to talk to you and says she resolutely faces her piano. A ghostly appearance. Poppy's design was so good. Spent a while trying to find the right shapes for Poppy's head and face. For some reason, the moment it began to work for me was when I gave her the little snake-like nose. A crucial detail is the single ear poking out. Shy, grungy, gothic teenager. The long hair is really nice. Imagine she would use her hair as a device to veil herself from other people. Oh, that's so cool. And here we are. One of my favorite and least favorite characters to draw, as her hair was great fun to animate, but also took absolutely ages. It was very important to me that it has the right weight and softness to it. Oh. Probably turned out quite well. All the characters in general. And we're back at Detective Grimoire. Ooh, we got all the locations. Oh. It's going to take me a while to get through all of this, TBH. I would love to be able to look at the actual backgrounds just by themselves and stuff. The Grand Hall is so interesting. And the way they actually have like slightly different feels between the fellows and pointers. Oh, the gardens too. The door had to be hidden in plain sight and not give away its existence too early on. I didn't really realize either, so that was quite well done. Oh, look at this quick thumbnailing to detail the lighting and the values and stuff. These are the type of backgrounds that I want to get good at doing. Which I need to practice, obviously. What is this? That's a fruit. A giant glowing terrarium. Oh! Early iteration of Fitz. Whoa. What? Oh. The lake's edge. Oh. Iridescent oils and swirling marbling inks. Oh, they definitely executed that very well. Did it have anything just generally for Tangle Tower or no? Oop. Minimal room. There's going to be a huge puzzle game in here involving multiple levels of the mansion, but it never happened. Aw. Ah yes, the front door of the mansion. A rounded archway. Surrounded by giant trees of moss. I didn't notice if it was a rounded archway. The puzzle with the multiple levels? Yeah. I probably would have screamed, but it also would have been really fun to have elaborated more on like the culmination of realizing what actually happened with the murder scene and why it happened, since we were getting to that point of the game. I'm curious to see how they'll do that in Mermaid Mask, for sure. Oh yes, the attic. That attic was so... The thumbnailing of the values too, to highlight this crack and... Oh! And then we got clues, prop design! And the prep design stuff. Oh my god, they have a bunch of sketches of the different fruits. Oh, banana. Melon. Fruit feel recognized but also slightly evolved and special. Even the soil needed to feel particularly unique. And the paint bottles. Where are the cassette tapes? We had the pink one. We do! An object that you may feel embarrassed about when you're much older and cooler. Very much so. So cute and pink. Ah, the loot statue. Oh, cute. Crude wooden shapes that vaguely resemble their real-life counterparts. Oh, with the crude gramophone. You really thought this out well and like choosing how to depict things based on the characters too. If you played any of the previous Grimoire titles, you may recognize the amphibious creature playing the harp. Oh. Huh. Interesting. The gold beetle. Stares at the treasure bugs from Dungeon Meshi. And I think there are other games that have done like treasure insects too. They pulled it off very well in this. Not too like wild or anything, but Oh, Tangle Tower. Tangle Tower has been built up over a timeline so it looks pieced together. Each room within is unique and I wanted that to be felt from the outside too. Characteristics of the inhabitants to be seen just by glancing at it. Ah. Oh, that looks so good. This quick thumbnailing of it. But you can really see all like the basement levels. Looks like there's a little more too, basement level wise. This kind of doll's house approach is pretty similar to another SFB games project, Haunt the House. Yeah. Right. Definitely a place a cryptid crawled out of. For sure. I really love, like, you can see the ship hole for Felix's room, the aviary, the astronomy tower. Oh, fascinating. Clues 2. Oh, it sure is a mysterious metal stick, alright. Making the burnt items look scorched but also recognizable is a little challenge. It was quite so. Super rough version found in the study. Oop. From left to right, Primrose, Pointer, Pandora, Pointer, Buck Brackley, Richard Remington, Flint Fellow, and Lord Fellow. On the crossbow. A strange modified crossbow and how it would work. Man, the amount of thinking you have to do to make like a mystery game is so intense. If this place existed in the same universe of Gravity Falls, do you think it'd be out on the lake there or a secret lake in the woods? It would have to be on a lake that's like fully separated from the world. I don't know if there's like a show of like the snow globe itself. But there's a lot of the bird theme with Penelope stuff because Tangle Tower's lake is contained in what looks like the lower half of an eggshell. And it's so interesting because you have the themes of eggs throughout the entire place also. So they must have done like a lot of theming with that, especially with Penelope being the antagonist. I've watched Gravity Falls, quite so. It's such a good show. I need to rewatch it at some point. I don't know when I'll get to it, because it's not like I have the time for it anymore. Paper types and drawing styles play a major part in the clues throughout the game. They definitely made it very apparent enough. Very well done. Building plans. The building diagram. It makes you wonder, are there other rooms? A kitchen, a bathroom. Oh, right. Do they exist? Who knows? You did a couple of weeks ago. It's always better than you remember it being. Ah, I see. Everything just oozes with curiosity. Really draws you in and makes you want to explore it. Yeah. You could almost see it in over the garden wall. Oh. Definitely a lot of this could definitely be over the garden wall too, for sure. font slightly illegible to avoid localization issues. She'll pay. The cute silly little trowel. Oh, the cute photograph. Oh my god, this and they really did well making this egg. The puzzle for it also was very cool. You have 2 things to rewatch. I always wait for autumn. Not like I rewatched it recently, but or within the past few years. But I always think autumn is a good time to rewatch Over the Garden Wall, because it's a fitting time to watch it. You can like watch it all in one sitting too. It's a cute little autumn sit down. Ooh, the painting. Recurring nightmare she'd been having. And then there's the design for Aksha. The gramophone design is so nice. The key thing about this gramophone was that it had to play cassette tape. Adding that functionality without losing that vintage look and feel. Very nicely integrated. And music player. Wow, you can get all of their themes. Ironically, she was killed by that figure from her nightmares. Yeah. That's so fucking ironic. Minigame music! All the different versions for the minigames. And I'm pretty sure it's like the same theme like same leitmotifs and stuff for Mermaid Mask too. Oh, the sound effects scared me. Oh, I can just see the list. Okay, I was like, Penelope. This game makes you almost feel like you're gonna get jumped. Technically you do. Yeah, we got fucking jumped by a fucking beetle of all things. The beetle! Oh, man, that was a fucking like wild like scene to happen too. Like right after you're talking about Penelope and she's like, I still want my beetle. And then we're like, it's in the gramophone. And then you see fucking Tabitha at the gramophone and you're like, oh no. And then you see your Tabitha and it's like, fuck. Fuck. Yeah, you know what's gonna happen right after too. Oh. It was such a wild scene. Okay, but like genuinely, I'm pretty sure they probably like got a boat constructed because they got some smart people at Tangle Tower. But I'm just like, I hope Grimoire and Sally were able to get off the island and out. Because you have to first cross the lake, and then you also have to get out of the eggshell mountain cliffs that are surrounding the entire thing. Well, that was Tangle Tower. Thank you everyone for chilling with me and watching me play through this. I'm really excited for Mermaid Mask. Please do check out SFB Games. They've made a bunch of other iconic games. SFB Games is also the developer that released Crow Country, which has just recently released. So if you want something different that's like a 3D horror-ish game that's kind of reminiscent of the PlayStation 2 era, check out Crow Country. I plan to be playing that sometime during July or just generally for summer for my usual spooky horror summer seasons of streams. But I am looking forward to Mermaid Mask. I do recommend y'all check that game out once it releases. I don't know if you can still get the demo right now. But Mermaid Mask will be the sequel adventure to this game, and it's very exciting. Thank you for this amazing game. I loved the music and everything, the art, the character designs, being able to actually see all how the character designs are done. It was so cool, especially with the art gallery. Yeah. The story was so interesting too, even though I got confused at the end. I loved it. It was so good. But I don't want to talk too long because it is already like about to be 2 a.m. for me. So I'm gonna have to drag us back to the front desk really quick so we can go ahead and end stream, everyone. Let me go ahead and quit the game on my end. I want to get the other achievements though. Yeah, thank you all for chilling with me. I appreciate you all. Let's do our usual outro. Again, I give you all 4 kisses. Mwah. If you've been chilling here and lurking and maybe you don't follow already, please maybe consider following for some good continued art and gaming vibes. I generally stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 8:30 p.m. PST/PDT, depending on daylight saving time, because that's unfortunately a thing. My Discord server is where my stream schedules get posted. As in regards to what I'm specifically streaming, I do art streams during the week and gaming on the weekends usually. I'm more mainly an artist, so I post on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, and Blue Sky, which you can find through that blue link. Sorry. And of course, because I also program a lot of my own stuff, you can do silly stuff in my chatbot, like explore. Oh, wow. Or get to your daily stamp to show how many streams you've been to. Yeah. So I am feeling really tired. I do usually like to raid and say hello to someone, but I am going to probably not do very well if I try to raid out to someone, because it is really late for me, and again, I do want to be able to be like, hi, how are you doing? Let's chill for a bit on people's streams. It's also hard because at this time I don't have a lot of friends and stuff that I can usually raid at this time. So, I'm sorry, the perpetual raid train must stop here. So thank you all again for chilling with me. I'm gonna drink water. Yeah. The best I can tell you is that for next weekend gaming-wise, our next plan will be Bilkin's Folly, which is an indie game that released within the past 2 years, that I've been following a little bit before development. So I'm excited to play that one, because that one will be fun. It'll be definitely a different type of genre, but indie games, you know, they're all good, they're all cute. You get to pet the dog. It'll be very fun. And I guess I'll be trying to just kind of push through a bunch of indie games that I've waited around for a hot while. But yeah, thank you all for being with me. I give you all 4 kisses. Mwah. Thank you for chilling with me. Oh, sorry, I keep burping. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Toe. Thank you, Fen, Citrona, Sphinx, Night Lover, May. Dangle, Dabadi, Dabadai, Zal, Clover, Shu, and Esquitas. And Shu, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. But yeah, have a good night, everyone. Take care. I'll see you all around. Take care on your way out of liminal space. Don't barf too much from interdimensional sickness. Bye.